Oh, weird. All right. All our series of warnings. Blank. Pick up wherever it was that we left off. It was last week. You think I would remember? I don't have any memory at all. Turnabout Revolution. Ooh, questions for Pearl. Sure. Hmm. It's nothing. Right. May 16. Mount Mitama, cave entrance. Sure, I'm all out of breath. Oh, come on, that was nothing. And you're so much younger than me. I don't normally get this much exercise. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Dirk, look, there's Mitama masquerading in that cave over there. This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. May 16, Mount Mitama, cave. Can't see a thing. Okay, you came. You knew there was a cave. You brought no light source? Relax. Your eyes will adjust, eventually. Now, follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Should have brought one along then, son. Here, use mine. Ah. Thanks. Wait, were you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? You? Whoa, someone just pushed me. Apollo? What the? Apollo! Oops. How? Are you alright, son? Yeah. Looks like someone got the drop on us. Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know. But I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Somebody else could have died from that fall. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait. No, wait. Hey, wait. One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? Okay, and he didn't even say which way we're just gonna go. He just said, come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Oh, we'll follow him. Go forward. To our doom. I guess we keep going. There must have been some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came to hide the orb. Right. By the way, it looks like our attacker left us with his useful parting gift. Yeah. From warrior to spelunker. How do I always get myself in these situations? We're never going to make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure. If I'd known I'd wind up at the bottom of some dark, damp cave, I would have never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it. You'll see. So many dots. May 16, Mount Mitama, Cave. I've been walking for over an hour. It's like amazing here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. You're really optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Forge ahead. Put my foot down. Oh. No, I'm not going to turn around. We'll only get lost. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep going. How'd I get stuck wandering around a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney, how? It didn't. But when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. Had a whole courtroom blow up on you. My first trial really put me through the ringer. My next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as half forehead. Oh, and there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've seen quite a bit. You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened. Careful, the ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? You weren't careful. Yikes. The cave floor is collapsing. Not again. Splash? Doomed. Musky doomed. May 16. Question mark? Hey, Paula, can you hear me? Dirk? Well, heck. Huh? Oh, where are we? Whoa, what is this place? Stumbled upon it. I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you'd expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here? I mean, those look like footprints over there. And, you know, the whole little case. Son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. Okay. Not by talking to you. I mean, obvious, but also a bottle of water. What's a plastic bottle doing here? There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow. This is ocean trash? Wow. Driftwood? How'd that get in here? Probably the same way as the other ocean bark. By drifting on in, I'd assume. The only question is, from where? Oh yeah, footprints. The footprints only lead out. These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in the study. So he made it all the way down here. The water's washed most on the way, but his footprints are everywhere. Really? Because these are the only set I see. He must have been looking for something. Ah, those prints. They're coming out of that lake. Hey, you're right. But that means Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. Yes, that's what I said. Yes, we have no possibility of moving away from this place. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. The blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water, it's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. We've already established that. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Did she? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain? Can't imagine she meant it literally. Well, what do you mean? What? What? Who says the ocean is metaphorically on the other side of the mountain? Do you not have the geography of this place? Why? So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. Oh, is that what we came out of? Wow. Indeed. If that hole hadn't been above the lake, we'd be history. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. Just like... Yeah, Apollo's a Diet Coke guy. This cavern's solid rock all around. Looks like we either go back through that hole, or find some other way out. Probably follow those footsteps. Why am I always between a rock and a hard place? It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us. Oh, come on. It's not all doom and gloom. I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk. Ha 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 ha. You got me there, son. Dear gods, please smite me now. Oh no. Okay. Anything else in the surroundings before we touch the obvious? Doesn't look it. This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing Doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good. It's locked tight. There's no way to open it? Doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. Did we look? We're this close to the orb. Aw, come now, son. Don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck. That's all. A bit? Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? How could he laugh at a time like this? We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. Oh, it's a box, all right. Oh, good heck. It looks like a puzzle box. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's the thing, right? Not this one. Research notes. Like, I bet it's that. Yeah, Dragon and Tiger battle. Founder offers divine protection. I have to write this down. Not that it has asked me to do anything about this yet. But I want to know for my own edification. When Dragon and Tiger battle, Founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return, sending upon us in all her glory. Founder bestows the greatest power known. Alright, back. Okay. I think we only handle a couple of these. Anyway, okay. There's a big button here. Ah! Just, sure, push it. Huh, nothing happened. That was probably a safe thing to do. Okay, no reaction with purple flower. How does this work? This thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section also rotates. Just can do it at random. Okay. Take a look at this, son. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger? Yeah, just like the song. And this green and purple one is of a Korai's butterfly and a Mitama. Also aligned with both, yes. I wonder if they're clues for figuring out how to open the box. Yeah. Will you let me touch it? I want to handle it. Let me handle it. It appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see. There's a dragon-tiger fight, a Korai's butterfly with a Mitama, and a number of other pictures, too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far? I think we have something that just might help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box. This up.
Take that!
And Dr. Buff's research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures in the box correspond somehow. Maybe. Well, I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures. And there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box. Here comes justice. Okay, alright, fine. When the dragon and the tiger battle. Dragon and the tiger. Yep. The founder offers divine protection. I think that's what's happening there. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama. I think it's actually the other way around. The Mitama is kind of embracing the butterfly. The favor of the orb is bestowed. Do we have one for that? It's a good question. Dragons. I think that's it. Anyway. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Descending upon us in all our glory, the founder bestows the greatest power. Okay. Oh. Might it be one of these half sections? Favor of the orb. Well, these are prayers, probably. Huh. Tema motif. Zoom in. Ah, not that one. The other arm. Ooh. Okay. Well, we can't have the favor of the orb without knowing what the orb looks like, probably. Just try that. It won't open. Maybe the pictures aren't in the right order. The case should open if the pictures are arranged properly, but I know, I should carefully consider which part of the song corresponds to which picture. Also, I guess I can zoom in and out with the right stick to help me see the pictures a little better. Not that I need to or anything, thanks to the amazing lighting in this cave. Okay. So let's just do offering prayers, since we can't see the favor of the orb. I won't open. They're not in the right order. Back. The amazing lighting in this cave. Favor of the orb is bestowed. Is that just this again? Okay, let's try this a different way. Instead of one for each line, maybe it's one for each set of lines. I was thinking, like that it might be like the second set of things inside. That's not going to work. Okay. So when the dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. I guess that's the kind of protection we have there, the people in the middle of that. That makes sense. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, favor of the orb is bestowed. Sure. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. I think it's there. We'll see what that does. Descending upon us in all our glory, the founder bestows greatest power. No. There you go. It opened. So this is the founder's orb. Orb. We did it, son. The orb is finally ours. Founder's orb updated in the court record. Orion's national treasure. The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. At last, the Founder's orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I'd expect nothing less from my boy. Oh, it's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here. And I'd say that's truly impressive. I don't know about that. All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. And I couldn't be prouder. Will you cut it out already? Before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato. With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Gatrat regime. Ha 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 ha! So, how exactly you plan on using it? You're not going to try and become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that. So then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with Queen Garan? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act? Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the kingdom of Kurain. After all, it's a sacred relic of Kurainism. That's where it belongs. Really? That's all you wanted to do? Mm-hmm. Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buff to study and why. Politician. Probably. I'm not sure I follow. Oh boy. The orb's significance. The official story is that the orb was stolen from the temple's treasure room. Yeah, I heard about that on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft. That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. Well, I think it was one of the royals. Really? Someone from the royal family? Yeah, and I got a pretty good idea of which one it was. He knows who it is? Care to share your hunch? All I'll say at this point is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss. Why would a member of the royal family do that? That I haven't figured out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Huraini's royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance? And then pitting the crime on us, the Defiant Dragons? Sounds like a conspiracy or something. I agree. And if the truth were coming to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure that's so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother. So if this were to go public, support for the Gatran regime would weaken. But that's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the kingdom of Hurain to its very core. And I'm gonna find out what. He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Dirk? Isn't it known what the backpack? Is it to reform the legal system in Hurain? Well, there's that. But I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuda. What do you mean? This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Nayuda. Nayuda. I never thought that a reunion would take place in a courtroom. Oh, so you've run into each other already. Yeah, but it was like he was a different person. Used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now, all this serenity nonsense. He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. He's a prosecutor. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on. Has it really gotten that bad? It must be Gatran's influence. He wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. Vow to bring the Gatran regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do. And that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defying Dragons and our greatest hope. Wait, Nayuda was a dragon? He was. But these days, he's more like Garat's lapdog. Talk about a complete about-face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart. It's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuda is suffering, and he is suffering in silence. Nayuda is suffering? Yes. He knows the rightful state of Ryan's legal system. But something forces him to bend to Garat's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. There's teachings. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. Does it? Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Hurain. I believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory. So the thing he wears front and center is his lawyer's badge? Oh, good heck. And this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuda still believes in what she's taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
Okay. I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I'd bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. Oh, okay. So, he has that tattoo on his hand. Nayuda's hand is covered by that little black glove thing. James Price, you god. No. Heck. So he's wearing that probably to cover his tattoo? This unshakable faith and confidence. It's what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. It's Dr. Riz. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nayuda used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yeah, so that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garan regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution? Yes, I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem. Getting out of here. Oop. Heck. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. That hole we fell through is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Wait a second. You're not suggesting we swim our way out of here? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Oh, we have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Times are wasted. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk! He's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. May 16. Mount Mitama, Huraini's ruins. It's been 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. Oh no. What's going on? Oh no. Ah! Shenanigans. Uh-oh. The water. It's rising and fast. Ah! The Kraken. Need air. Wait. Ah! I don't know how to swim. Apollo! You got... No! Grab the driftwood. I'm grabbing something that floats. This is bad. I'd better think of something. Quick. Well, let's go all the way over here and grab the driftwood. I got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. Oh, okay. Examine the other things. Water bottle. Hey, maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. I mean, can we up? I think those are the, this is not good. The water's almost up to the top of the altar. It won't be long before it reaches the roof of the cave. And then you can climb out of the hole you fell into. It's no use. The hole's still too high up. I'll have to find another way. Quick, before I drown. Puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. Must have been designed to stay put even at high tide. Must have. What do you mean, must have? Apparently the guy just brought it down here. It's not like it's been here for eons or anything. Wait, that's it. Dr. Brothman's gotten here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. What? Not that that helps. I drowned before I made it out. I don't know why he's so confused by the idea that it could be connected to the ocean. I'm being swept away. Please, stop. Okay. Let's go grab our oxygen tank. What are you doing with the music? If only that bottle were a little bigger, it'd store that much more air. No, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. I need to stop with these harebrained ideas and come up with a real way to escape. Again. Big hole. Blank. The water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved. All I have to do is go back the way we came. Water might even lift me all the way back up over that wall of rock. Here goes. Huh? Oh, it's full of rubble. Oh no. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in after we fell through it. This can't be happening. Oh no. Are you punching the rock? No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water. Can't. I can't. I can't breathe. And so on that day, Apollo Justice met his end. Just like he conjectured. Is this the end? Yes. Dirk. I wonder if he made it out. In fact, I blame him for the whole thing happening. So it's suspicious that the whole thing fills in just as he leaves. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Now I remember. Life is flashing before his eyes. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Riposo. Knight and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. I thought we were goners, but then... Naita, Apollo. Hold on, I'm coming. That was a close one. Thought I'd lost you two. I'm sorry, Dirk. Alright, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Boys can cry if they want to. Thank you, Father. You could have been killed. But you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Naida, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Hey, Dirk? This isn't forever, right? You'll bring him back from America someday, right? Of course. I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise. Okay, you promised. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you'd come and take me home. But you never came. That's why I tried to forget about you and my life back in Korai. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? Kind of busy running a revolution, but yeah. Apollo, Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Still can't swim, eh? You came back? Why? He said he was gonna. I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold me and swim. Both gonna... Stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? Whoa. We're being pulled under. What's going on? Why is this happening? May 16th. Okay, look. If you're gonna make the whole mystery of where you are in question marks, it you can't just fade in and reveal everything. You may as well just tell me Kurine Village. Where? Ah, you finally came to, son. Son? See this? Just like that, too. Question mark. Get your fill of seawater? Good thing your name's not Neptune, huh? Well, he would probably do better if he were actually Neptune. Dirk? You're telling me. Check it out. Snot's coming out of his nose. What a miraculous escape. Not even some of the escape artist greats could pull that off. What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. Blah, blah, blah. He tied a rope to me and I came and grabbed you, and he yanked me back. Oh, so that's what pulled us under with such force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape back too, Polly. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons, abolished them all. But an undersea cavern? Now that was a first. Dirk? He risked his life for me. Dirk? I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I just did what any father would do for his son. You saved my life yet again. Oh no. I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal. It's because Polly didn't have any sushi. Oh, yeah, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Oh, that's right. Hey, AJ. Dirk had me buy this for you. Ah. Thought you might be hungry. Ready to have some this time around? Yeah, thanks. Chomp, chomp. Oh, wow, this is delicious. Ha 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 ha! Glad you approve. I better get some before you eat them all. Chomp, chomp. Just like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught, and we'd all eat fresh sashimi together. Nice traditional Koreanese food. We used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish. Champ, champ. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ. Here you go. Whoa, so that's what it looks like. You found the legendary treasure. Nice work, Polly. Don't wave it around here, the politician will come by. Thanks. Guess you could say, mission accomplished. No! Those are the words of doom! With the orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Naya was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution, if it can bring back those happy days. You could sign me up for... Oh no. Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Right, left, hop! Ah, it's him again. Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive. Wait a second. How did you know we went in there? You're the one who shoved us into that pit. It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. Opportunities. Everybody loves opportunities. So, it was you. You can't imagine a politician without a Donald Trump voice. I mean, that's one way to cast things. But also, I think the problem with that is that I think he's even more politician-y than... Because, you know, he's not really a... Politics isn't his born and bred sort of thing. You no good son of a... Don't look at me like that. The crystal of Amy Faye is mine. Now hand it over. Over my dead body. Detective, help! Yeah, I know. Emma, what's going on here? He filed a police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom. That's him, the one with the long hair. Arrest him this instant. He's the thief that made off with the Attition family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Attition seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges. This is not good. If Third gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Khura'in to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it!
Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. You received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course. It should sufficiently prove that the orb now belongs to Dirk. Oh yeah, the suspicious... Oh yeah, as long as I come to no harm. Oh no! The problem is, he did come to harm. Therefore, the orb is not transferred. Oh no!
Take that!
Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons, if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Amy Faye, which means their agreement is null and void. This is going nowhere fast. You could say that again. Then I will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright? Daddy! What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh, yeah. Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Khura'in Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Attition has retained me as his lawyer. Oh, no! Wait, you're his lawyer? Oh, no! It's us against him. Legal advisor. Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Attition's lawyer? Because he's a celebrity lawyer, it's what he does. Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this what you came back from crying for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Reticent is a very important client. Do they know each other? But I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. The crystal? Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Reticent's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Amy Faye. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amy Faye? She brought Koraimi's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky, but what's clear is she is the founder of the Kurain channeling technique. Oh, so she's like the one they call the founder in Kurain, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What? Are you saying... I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out, then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. What? What's gotten into you, Daddy? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off? What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss. How'd it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it. When it's now clear we're headed to court, that's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Daddy? Apollo? No, we can't have our agency's talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. Oh, also... there's no reason to make it personal. Sure, they both go to court. Whatever. The goal is to find the truth. They can do that together. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. And sure, that's not how real court cases work anyway, but... We each have to fight for our client's best interests. But... So, what's it gonna be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright? Hold on. You've been working for him for like years now. You can't suddenly be like, the... No matter how many trials of his I've watched. No matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? Well, you're the viewpoint character, so yes. It's like when I played Wargroove. We would always play the enemy team when the enemy was scripted to win. Oh. I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do? Come on, why do you bark? Throw in the towel. Imagine, two of our agency's lawyers getting paid for the same case. There's no turning back now. If it's trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. All right. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. May the truth win. You got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First Daddy, now you? Holly, you're not seriously... Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Aw. Finally, emotion on his face. Apollo. All right then, I'd better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! A fine mess I've got you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Khura'in now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. Are we fine? After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows, I could even end up winning. There's always a chance, right? You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If a trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Puff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your revolution, huh? Yes, the revolution to restore Khura'in to its former glory and save Nayura's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're gonna win this. You'll see. I know you can do it, son. Oh dear. It doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Right. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayura. His salvation, along with all of Khura'in, depends on it. To be continued. Okay, so this isn't going to be... Phoenix Wright is not a prosecutor. So this is going to be like a... This is not like a criminal trial. Marv? I don't know how it works. May 17, 10:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. And just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received, loud and clear. It's like, yeah, I know you're not going to help me. Whatever. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. If they go through with this... Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Okay. First off, that's not true. Second off, why do you have to gender it that way? It's not like it... Back. Really? Sure. 1 minute we're trading clothes, and the next we're having drinks together. One thing leads to another. We're simple creatures at heart. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? About that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late. Before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty's charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about? Not a clue, sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locker room mystery? Suspect with a flimsy alibi? Oh, or a dying message? Sorry, strike 3, you're out. Oh, it's a civil case. Yeah, there you go. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just the Right Anything Agency specializes in criminal law. So I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. All right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? Trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Hello? Wait. Who's the other attorney? Where's Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. You could... you don't do that. It takes more words to say no time to explain than to say he's both. Or it's him. Or whatever. Okay, right behind you. May 17, 10:30 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 6. Same judge, okay. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session. Oh, is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. It's nothing personal. I see. Well, here's hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You say that again? I had no idea we'd be going up against a boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What? Do you want to switch sides? Oh, let her. Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Go up in the galley with Trucy there. Well, at least she is here. I'm really gonna need her help. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. You already said that. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. You don't have to make it a fight. I've not even gotten to anything about the actual case yet. Yeesh, you guys are really chopping the bit, aren't you?
I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin.
The plaintiff. Ooh. Right, left, ho! Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So, to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country. Ask what you can do for me.
Well, Mr. Retition, What is that crazy contraption you're riding in?
It's my custom-made, election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it?
No. You're a witness stand, not a campaign podium. So come out of there this instant. All right. Now, with the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant.
Mr. Rectition's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sadamati, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Amy Faye. Mr. Rectition merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket.
I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would.
The defense asserts that the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurai.
Go on.
It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurai's national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurai several weeks ago.
Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurai's national treasures caused quite an uproar in the kingdom.
Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in a traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kurai by someone for Dr. Buff to study. Of course, it's probably both the Founder's Orb and the Crystal of Amy Faye.
We don't say. And?
Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen. Wow. An archaeologist surrendering a stolen artifact?
It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties.
Mr. Sadmati also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kurai. No, I know. Once the doctor verified it was the real thing.
I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amy Faye.
Or both.
That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner.
I'd better bring my A game. Going against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park.
Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sadmati sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it.
Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all. Tell him! Prosecutor Sadmati. Same name. You can do that.
My imagination, you say?
Are you sure about this, Paulo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurai, isn't he? In Kurai, yes. Here he's just a tourist.
Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness?
Witnesses? Why do we have witnesses?
No.
Okay, I guess that works. Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. Hydration. Okay. It's just, this is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. Second, I'm really just trying to do my job. Besides, we were hired first. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here?
Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please.
Witness testimony.
The doctor's
Dark secret.
The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Yeah. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Artesian residence.
Doctor? Is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now?
Well, cat burglar isn't something he put on his resume.
He was more careful than that.
The fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter.
Treasure hunter, huh?
Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory.
I doubt Dr. Buff is a star of his own hit movie series, Athena.
Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the Doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. With whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me.
So, let's say for a moment that the Doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Orion and brought it back here himself?
Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years.
He crossed over Beringia millions of years ago.
Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the crystal of Amy Faye. Yes, he stole it from the Artesian residence, probably so he could study it.
This is the left hook I did not need.
I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo.
Yeah, but when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. He wasn't bluffing either.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Cross-examination?
The Doctor's dark secret.
The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time.
Hold it!
How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway?
Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the Doctor became their prime suspect. A number of those artifact thefts occurred in Gurain Village, too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the Doctor moved there.
But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? Not even the existence of the artifacts in his place?
No. Which is why we're never able to get a search warrant in the first place. Okay, we weren't allowed in. Bark. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study.
Hold it!
Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal?
They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. So I was shocked to see it there in the Doctor's study. So was I! I can say without a doubt that that urn was stolen from the Fae clan.
I see.
Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would.
Among them were their priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan.
Hold it!
Were any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to Faes?
Yes. For instance, Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the kingdom of Kurai several years ago. Really? I thought he never left the country.
Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it?
Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. With good intentions and no get-out-of-jail-free card, that's a fact.
If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist.
Sounds like a good man. He took a wrong turn somewhere.
I guess Sarge takes after him in that way.
Any further questions? If not...
Yes, you said he lived... Back.
It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them.
Hold it!
Had these alleged thefts been going on for some time?
At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts have been local, but before moving to Kurai Village, he'd been stealing from ruins around the world.
Dr. Buff was an international criminal?
This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence.
Hold it!
You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Attition residence? But claiming something doesn't make it true.
Unfortunately, it is true.
How can you be so sure?
A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago, in fact.
What? A whole year ago?
August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Emi-Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Politician Wimperson.
Wimperson?
Kurai's national treasure, huh? It's got the ancient motif. What did we learn about the ancient motif? Also, is this like blood and such? Suspiciously red, whatever it is. Mitama motif from Kurai founding period. That's what this is called. So it's from the founding period. Whatever that means. Back. Signed, Paul Attition Wimperson.
Whoa, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Emi-Fae.
Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items.
Okay. Paul Attition Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I see why it could.
Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes.
Robbery report added to the court record. A report filed a year ago by one Mr. Paul Attition Wimperson for the theft of the crystal of Emi-Fae. Police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago.
But the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. I'd suggest the stolen relic is the crystal of Emi-Fae, as Mr. Attition Wimperson asserts.
I doubt the police report is fake. After all, Em is the one who submitted his evidence.
Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow.
Police reports? Crystal of MFA was discovered to be missing from the Addison. I'm calling it Addison now. Addison storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Why? Is the 10 a.m. important? Is the lock picking important? Sign for the patterns. Yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. I wonder if the applications you have installed are important. Have we seen this logo? This one? It looks familiar. Anyway. Blood and coffee. Alright, store artifacts. Crisis urn. Do anything. Well, we saw the end of this already. It was like, police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the founder's orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Ami Phase Mr. Addison will present asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma's the one who submitted his evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay, so the only things that are, like... Doctor's reading glasses. The doctor's poor eyesight meant he couldn't read anything without these. They were found on his desk. Okay. 10 a.m. the lock had been picked. Do we have anything that means he couldn't pick a lock? Or that it couldn't be somewhere at 10 a.m.? I mean, he does call it the orb. From his own testimony. Are any of these books important? They wouldn't let me look at the books. Wait. I haven't actually looked at this person. He wears a wristwatch or something around his wrist. What is around his neck? Is it like a skull tag or something? No. He hit the top of his head somehow. I mean, that's shenanigans. If he fell from the top of a ladder, even if he were to land on his head, these books would not be on top of him. Because he would have hit head first, and then the rest of him would have fallen. And that would have happened after the books had landed. Back. So, murder. But... Like, the thing is, if they're separate objects, there's nothing that says that this one is this one is the crystal. There are things that say that this is the orb. Yeah, the relic at the center of this. I don't know. I'm gonna present the orb. It's not gonna work. Like, I want to show the patterns and such, but that's not gonna work.
Objection!
There's no objective. There's something off about that statement. It seemed perfectly reasonable to me. No, something's definitely not right if you listen really carefully. A gambler once sang, you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
Oh, I love this one. Know when to walk away, know when to run. I don't know it.
I don't know which penalty hurts more, the judges or their singing.
Okay. He likely stole it. What do I have that tells me he couldn't have stolen it? Well, hold on. He was doing research. He was yet to crack the riddle. Why is this email not dated? It would be nice to know. Oh wait, PAW. Yes. Addison Wimperson. Yes. You're not going to let me show that either. Ugh. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show. It wasn't stolen. We have email where PAW, probably him, stole it from the Attition residence. So let's show that question mark.
Objection!
There you go.
The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence.
What do you mean?
Take a look at this.
What about it?
This contains an email from the doctor's computer.
Email? In that little piece of plastic? I don't believe it. Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data.
Well, I still don't get it.
Here, just look at this. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research finding for a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's a police report Detective Sky presented this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Addison Wimperson.
I can see why he dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news.
Look closer, Your Honor. Ah! His initials. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Addison Wimperson. Now, consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. Huh.
PAW. Aha.
Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Addison Wimperson.
Wait. Then that means...
Exactly. He wouldn't ask the man to stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Amy Faye?
Aha. We never checked the doctor's emails. No, see, the thing is, you know, I'm the defendant, so I'm not going to say this. But just because he gave it to him to study doesn't mean he gave it back when it was requested back. And that's bark. But, you know, we're not going to bring that up because you never checked the doctor's emails.
Truth? What about truth?
We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer.
The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it. At the behest of his benefactor.
Wait, what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. Something else was stolen.
It's probably for another relic, the real crystal of Amy Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually a stolen crystal.
Objection!
And how are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Could be both. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson.
I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job.
Answer me this, Mr. Addison Wimperson. What is your birthday? The email address belongs to a furry. Yes, it's true. What is your birthday?
My birthday is July 11th, but what's it to you? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent?
How can anyone be that self-centered? Oh, right. Politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather 7-11, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Also, you literally have him on the stand. How about you ask him, is this your email address? He might deny it, sure, and then we'd have to prove it, but he might just say yes. Wait. Why, you sneaky little... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain?
I would like to say that it's quite...
Quite what?
Quite a thing you've said.
Any other thoughts?
No further comments. I stand by my previous statement.
Hold it!
You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law.
I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary.
Oh, no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond?
I won't argue your assertion. My client led the treasurer in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact.
Now we're getting somewhere.
However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership.
How so?
It just doesn't. No.
Not talking to you, Siri. How so?
Mr. Addison, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you created this crystal out to be, or that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they'd found out. It's a family heirloom, after all.
You gotta be kidding.
Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course, but then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Addison family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were gonna give what you claim to be the crystal of MFA to that person? You were gonna give a precious family heirloom away just like that? Hold on. Benefactor. I don't know. Hold on. We're gonna give a precious family heirloom away just like that?
I was going to explain everything to grandfather later. Honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for.
Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries.
My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with his very important name placard today. Aww. So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit.
Grandpa spoiled the brat.
I think the judge is buying it, Apollo.
No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild, after all.
Excuse me. Can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done.
By all means, Detective Scott. Thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around.
It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Addison Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Boff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed?
Oh, all right, now what?
Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amy Faye. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements.
Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Addison family heirloom, let's hear all your client knows about it.
Of course. Mr. Addison Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. All right, now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the crystal of Amy Faye and the illustrious history of the Addison clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Addison family reigned supreme. Witness testimony. The illustrious history of the Addison clan. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. When did they start? Back. A minority back then. They're still a minority, but they were a minority back then too.
Cheer 5 gives you the biggest belly rubs possible for the biggest belly.
Yes! Excellent. Perfect. Thank you, Midnight Pup, for 5 bits.
He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of a great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast.
As you can see, the crystal of Amy Faye is an heirloom of the esteemed house of Addison.
If you don't like him, I don't think you're supposed to. And you have proof that it's always been in the Addison family?
After 10,000 years I'm free. It's time to feed Musky.
Oh no, the snack has been redeemed. I actually went out and got snacks from the grocery store today because I kept saying, I don't have any snacks. Oh no, the hydration as well. Oh no. And the trifecta. Hi. Oh, 1 sec here. Fine. Have to unwrap everything in a life of plastic. Also, heck, beverages. I need to refill my beverage because it's emptying. Oink. Okay. Let's get all the things back together. Get these earphones back in my ears. Clank. Alright. Anyway, thank you, Tiger Paladin. Oof. Okay. Heck. Alright, drink filling. Heck. Alright. Consume some of these items for the redeem to be legitimate. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate. It's so terrible that there's no music at the moment either. Alright. Consuming some snack item. I have cheese on cheese crackers. Okay, and also to do the stretch as well. Like. Try more cheese. Cheese on top of cheese on top of cheese. No, it's fine. But thank you. Okay, back to the game. I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shinetto, age 85, gave the following statement. The Arishans showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Wow, ageism. Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Oh, I didn't mean, what I'm trying to say is,
Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Shinetto's statement to be perfectly credible.
Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve.
you're not helping, Athena.
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice.
The illustrious history of the Addison clan. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. Totally.
Hold it!
That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? Come on.
It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Addison. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. Oh. Oh. It's a special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic.
I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic.
You can touch it if you want.
No, I'm fine.
Very well, I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals.
Hold it!
What do you mean back then? So I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one?
A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the politician way.
Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor.
Ha! Whether it's about me or my ancestor, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government, that's the politician way.
Or like, dodging questions, that's the politician way.
Yes, his name is Politician, but it's more fun not to give the game away then. But yes.
Thanks. I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer.
As I was saying, the Addison family protected the Fey spirit mediums back then. This could be a drinking game. Oh no. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power.
Hold it!
This game has a bunch of name puns. Yeah, I think it has more than like... I feel like other games, like in the series, didn't aggressively use name puns as much as this one does. Like, they used them in the other games, and there were a lot of them, but it's like every one in this game so far.
Spirit mediums are targets of discrimination?
Yes, some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them.
You mean they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums?
Discriminating against a minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I've had to root it out wherever it may be, including in you, Apollo Justice, whipping out the ageism. That is my promise to you.
Was the Japanese version full of puns? Apparently, yes. Like, if you go to the wiki, they explain, you know, the English puns, the Japanese puns, or, you know, references as they may be. Of course, because of that, the actual names of the characters will differ too, because obviously they're not going to pun the same way when translated. Windy old bag. Yep.
That is my promise to you.
He's totally ignoring their questions. He's like your moderator to political debate.
Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points.
When is the next debate anyway?
As thrilling as your campaign is, can we please get back to your testimony?
As you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amy Faye...
Cheer 1 Wow Athena, way to be ahead of the times.
Youngsters, that is a perennial remark, in fact. The politicians have been talking over their time for decades.
As you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amy Faye...
Oh, anyway, thank you for 1 bit.
As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. She did not, because this is older than that.
Hold it!
You said she had it made. So then it was made in Japan?
That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too.
And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom? And just give it to your patron?
That's so typical of you ignorant, common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about.
Several black bean burgers. No.
But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean?
The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore, I am a descendant of that great lord.
Hold it!
Are you sure?
So tell me, Mr. Addison Wimperson, are you famous in Crime Village?
Beg? Oh no.
Oh, heck.
I have to deliver the begging speech. All right. This is your desperate Musky speaking, with my heartfelt plea. I know there are countless other streamers out there. All of them have more exciting content, better skills, bigger followings. I know I'm just a small, humble entertainer in the vast sea of the attention economy. But the truth is, I need your help to keep going. Without your support, this little dream of mine can't survive. So here I am, on my knees, begging you. If there's even a tiny bit of affection in your heart for what I do, if my streams have brought you even a moment of joy, please consider subscribing. Every sub is a lifeline, a way to help me keep creating content for you. I know my contributions are small, but they mean the world to me. Please, if you can, hit that subscribe button and help keep the dream alive. Thank you for even considering it and for being such a wonderful, kind-hearted community. Okay, back. So, tell me, Mr. Addison Wimperson, are you famous in Crime Village? Woohoo! Midnight Pub. Thank you for choosing me for your sub.
You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing.
Bemusing?
Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms.
I guess ignorance really is bliss.
All this only proves my fine lineage. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Did you miss anything? You were away turning off auto renewal. You're gonna make me beg for it every time. I said thank you for choosing me for your sub. You might have missed the dance and tanukis. Back. I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner?
Have you never heard of Kingcraft?
Only when you want to hear a cute piggy beg? Oh no. Kingcraft.
It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses.
Well, that's an answer to my question about what he meant by king of this nation. You've heard of Minecraft? Does that count, Mr. Kingcraft, Minecraft, it's only a couple letters off. Well, that answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation. Progress.
Apollo, who is this Amy Faye anyway?
I believe she was the founder of the Korean channeling technique.
The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestor. That'd mean it was made in Japan, right?
Yes, I suppose it would.
Yeah, I know, we have the contradictory evidence. Okay, so specially made. When our notes show, the motif is from the founding period.
Objection!
Oink.
Oink. Hydration. Oink. Was that a rapper you heard? Possibly. You stated that Amy Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So, am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? That's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. So the thing is, this isn't proof that it wasn't made in Japan. Because if I'll tell you one thing that religions do, they hold on to motifs for a long time. Just say.
Take that!
But okay. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kurain. The Kingdom of Kurain, and you based this on. If you've learned anything from Ace Attorney games, you just need to prove someone else did it to win. I don't know, I've done lots of losing after bark, bark, bark. I know at least one loss I've had, even after we've proven that the defendant couldn't have done it. We just hadn't proven the other person yet. Still guilty. Shenanigans. The Kingdom of Kurai, and you base this on? Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kurai. My placard!
Objection!
The Kurain channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Kurain, and Amy Faye is known to have traveled there to trade. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly a Kurainese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there, in the Kingdom of Kurain.
Objection!
Anything is possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Kurain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. He's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence to break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Is it this? A picture of our father? I mean, I could show that the death was a murder. That won't help. Ads. Oh no. You're doomed. If only someone would gift Bacon Mud a subscription, so he wouldn't have to live through ads. So doomed. It's a great emote, isn't it? Alright, let's see here. I mean, the doctor says it's the Founder's Orb. He does say it. But that doesn't... I guess he doesn't actually... If we've established here two different items, this doesn't say which item it is. It's not... proof. Well, no, it is. Well, Crystal orb. I mean, he calls it the orb. You know, the little first streamer with stink line emotes? The existence of other good emotes doesn't mean we don't have nice emotes too. I only have like one emote I don't like. And I've tried to redraw it, but it was just, it was a difficult expression. I still have all these empty emote slots I still have to draw. How'd you guess? Yeah, anyway. Raincoat. Raincoat is not evidence. Poor eyesight. You couldn't read anything without these. Is this evidence? I mean... The mouth shape that upsets you, but you don't know how you change your expression. So the trouble with it is... I don't even know what the trouble is. It's like... It's the... I don't know. I wrestle with it a while. Because it makes the muzzle look flat. Yeah, there is definitely some of that. Also, what can I replace? Or... Right. Also, I think that that making the eyes large is also does not do it any favors. Okay, I think this is probably dispositive, because again, he filed a report saying it was stolen. That someone had broken in and taken it. That does not comport with the guy having it. I'm gonna say yes. Defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. Oh no. They're setting me up for fail. The piece will finally break this stalemate. Oh. Well, you've sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you've got. Alright. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder's Orb. I mean, this is... See, this is the other thing, too, is like, yeah, can you prove this? And then they're going to make a whole different statement. It's like, break this stalemate. Yeah, I can just give evidence that will change Bark Bark. But now you're going to make me prove that it's the Founder's Orb? You didn't say that I could do that.
Take that!
This isn't it. And just how does that piece of evidence prove that the relic is the Founder's Orb? Does it? Not by any means I can fathom. Sorry, Paula, but I have to agree with the boss on this. Me too, actually. Me 3 defense. No! Yikes. Time to think that one over again, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Evidence that can break this stalemate. Okay, since they sent me back here, and not to the one where I can to show another Bark Bark, doesn't exist. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use. At least not at this point. Well, unless we can find some, this trial won't be going anywhere. No. That's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states... I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons, if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void.
What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright?
While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder.
No, I did, in fact, determine that earlier when you weren't listening. Phoenix Wright thinks he knows everything.
What? Murder?
Mr. Wright, you do realize that such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting the Doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons?
Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it.
And you feel this is important because...
The books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the Doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. So, okay. Dr. Buff is an archaeologist. Why would he not put the archaeology books on the shelf nearest him? Not one that he would have to climb up every time he needed to bark.
Come to think of it, the shelves are arranged quite carefully.
It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. Don't weasel psychology into discussion about archaeology. Well, we're probably going to have to, because we have Athena on our side, and she's psychology. Yes, she's psychologist class. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. But I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The Doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf.
That's when the blood got on the book?
Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books.
Oh no. Why do I feel like he got hit by the drone?
Objection!
Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof there was murder?
Of course I do.
You do?
On a hunch, I had the Detective Sky examine the Doctor's head wound.
Oh no.
She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or another.
Wait, what?
A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. There are no objects on floors. That would be ridiculous. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered.
What? Well, that was unexpected. Except for the fact that we saw it coming.
Moment here. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that was unexpected. Who'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this?
He pulled that right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? Wow, a murder in an Ace Attorney game? How unexpected!
We were just talking about this earlier.
You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw what? If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our clan's right to the orb. Did he have his up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? But Mr. Wright didn't do it. He was just waiting to spring this trap.
This trial has taken another unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon.
The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. So it wasn't the book? You just said the book. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Dr. Buff's autopsy report added to the court record. Oh. Dr. Buff was struck with the corner of some object. Time of death between 10 and 11 p.m.
Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial.
Here's the first civil trial we've had to do in ages.
Okay, we can do a bit of a poll. See if we continue with this game or move on in the world. Y'all have 2 minutes. We can continue with the Ace Attorney. We can go back to our run of full bore that we started on Labor Day. We can start a text adventure called a Jigsaw. Anyway.
Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. All right, Mr. Addison Wimperson, your testimony, if you please.
Prepare to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. Witness testimony, the rebel's cry. Did he tape that nameplate? Yes, after he tore it up, the poor fellow. I mean, obviously he's not a kind person, but he seems to have a lot of emotional reference from his grandfather in there. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Addit Baum. He was running out the front door. Wait. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you.
So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death.
Front door. Front door. Front door. That's a ball? What in the world were you doing there then? Study photo updated in the court record. Addison saw Dats fleeing the scene the night of the murder. One of the books is stained with coffee. And blood? It seems Mr. Addit Ball was loitering around Corrine Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? Yeah, his suitcase is there. You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Why would he leave it behind? Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Turnabout just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See? That's him trying to escape as we speak.
Bailiff, don't let that man get away.
Right, you backstabber? Why are you doing this to me?
Well, that's true. You helped him out in the other country. Oh, no.
All right, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
Cross-examination. The rebel's cry. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought.
Hold it!
Why were you taking a walk?
Society's inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks.
Thanks for the non-answer.
While we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace.
Yes, Mr. Addison Wimperson, we are all well aware of your outstanding character. Now, please continue with your testimony.
I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Turnabout.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Turnabout?
Right here, under this tree.
So you should have witnessed the murder directly, right?
I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door.
And he didn't notice you?
No, I was hidden by the tree.
Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Turnabout?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I asked that it please be added to the witness's testimony.
I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Turnabout.
Ah,
Yeah, obviously this is wrong.
Hold
But
it!
what were you doing under that tree?
a lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall.
What?
That is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box.
The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Addison Wimperson?
I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design.
Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs.
Mr. Addison Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please. I can hardly wait for the upcoming election. He was running out the front door.
Boy.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual?
Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something and it probably wasn't good.
Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police?
Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him.
So the witness didn't notify the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's important. I requested the witness add it to his testimony.
Huh. Sure, why not? I had no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police. That's the thing I have to press.
Hold it!
Or, yeah, to evidence. We're gonna press anyway. You had no idea he was dead? In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened? I am truly ashamed of myself. What? There's been a gruesome murder at my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me. Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement as self-deprecation. Apollo, you think this all how? Do you think this is how all politicians will be from now on? We're all doomed if they are. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime.
Hold it!
At the time, you didn't know the doctor was dead. Is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. As class president, I reformed stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. This isn't working. He keeps bending the questions to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Paula. Mr. Addison Whipperson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I have the upcoming election in the bag. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you.
Hold it!
So, how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategies. Did you really think I would divulge such sensitive information to the likes of you? Yeah, but should we have some sort of campaign platform you're running on? No comment. Clearly, this is a platform told by an idiot, full of Sergeant Fury, signifying nothing. He said he saw Dats from under the tree. If that's true, then he should have seen the murder through the window. Did you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence, Athena. No, it's fine. Okay, so I'm going to present this. Note the large window.
Objection!
Mr. Addison Wimperson, rather than Mr. Arabal, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse and focus on the nation's. Sorry, but you're way off. I am, Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Arabal from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. Well, I believe you have a point there. With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported to the police. Will the witness care to respond? Sleeping? Did he fall asleep? Mr. Addison Wimperson. Mr. Addison Wimperson. Huh? Oh, there are many sides to any issue.
What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency of the witness's testimony. Mr. Addison Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Adapal?
Yes.
Hold it!
We're done here. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I'd already answered the question.
This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I see we're through.
I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I...
Objection!
Mr. Addison Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean.
Huh? So then, does this mean he didn't see Mr. Arabal?
As your lawyer, Mr. Addison Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Don't worry. You won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal.
Blowback. I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. White.
Well, it's okay. He said there wouldn't be any.
Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death?
Come to think of it. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body?
About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous.
What?
It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police.
Wait. You're not saying that...
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson.
What? You don't say.
So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen. Quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right?
Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest.
What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously.
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body?
Oh, you mean Mr. Arabal? You would have been leaving the doctor's house right around then. Wait, that means...
Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. Arabal fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. Arabal looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the doctor with bodily harm. But they also said that they wouldn't get the orb if they did the harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void.
Paula, we don't come up with some sort of counter argument. What sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Adapal who killed the doctor?
That move had desperate written all over it.
That's all I got, so I'm going with it.
Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any.
I knew it.
But I do have another witness.
Oh no.
You do?
You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice.
Ah. I know you always bluff, Mr. Right.
And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Arakbal's guilt.
A new witness? I wonder who it could be.
Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood?
Okay.
Properly.
May 17. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight.
Yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the table on us. It really is a turnabout terror.
We can't let him blindside us again.
Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record.
Dats, please, no more new records. Or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is.
Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. Was what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night?
Sure did.
Can't remember the exact time, though.
All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So, the doctor was still alive when Dats last saw him?
We'll still have to prove it, though.
Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Trucy?
She went to go see her dad.
Maybe she's still mad.
More like worried. Worried that this trial create a rift between you two. That you might then leave the agency.
She has an active imagination.
Excuse me. Trial will be resuming shortly.
Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. We were supposed to get prepared over this time. Instead, we just yammered. Just yammering. Right. Finish this wrapper.
Almost. May 17. District Court, Courtroom number 6. All right, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, you can't mean Sarge is here? You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear, that's impressive.
Which must be a really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. I mean, it's probably still going to be the drone on the stand, right?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand.
Or is it? Yep.
Oh, my.
Sergeant Buff is your service, sir.
He's here as the drone? Really?
Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this?
Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. So he's in the lobby. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone.
I understand it must be terrible to lose one father like that. But testimony via remote control toy? I mean, we've had testimony over...
Over remote TV.
Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes.
Just who's piloting this trial anyway?
Judge sure warmed up the idea fast.
I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up.
You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. To think I... No! To think I once called you comrade. Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private.
Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story.
Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster?
Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator.
What happened that evening? Good question. We still don't know this person's age. That's a shenanigan. What happened that evening? Good night. Thank you for coming by, Bacon Mutt. Appreciate your continued attendance. What happened that evening?
Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground because I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it.
So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he?
Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Adebayo. Objection. Right, you backstabbing, no good. I didn't kill no one.
It's the enemy. Ready all missiles and fire!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Capitalist pig. I'll turn you into pork stroganoff.
Wait. What? Are these capitalist rebels? Is that really bark?
And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon.
Oh, it fires missiles too?
Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice.
So do. Cross-examination. Heck. All right, what happened that evening? What did happen that evening?
Papa met with someone the night he died.
Hold it!
Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific?
No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation.
Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct?
You never know when the enemy might be looking outside the siege perimeter.
What about, school?
Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. The sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too great to fight.
With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting your rest in the afterlife either.
It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. But what was that you said about a siege defense?
Oh, that? Well. I didn't have eyes on the ground because I'd already mounted my siege defense, but
Hold it!
Sarge, I've always wondered. Who or what are you battling?
Ah,
That's classified. Even so, it may be relevant to this case.
Objection!
I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that.
all right. Athena would do a great therapy session.
That's right. Such matters need to be handled with certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me.
You're all talking, no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts.
Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them.
Will the witness please tell this court what he saw and heard that night?
I did hear him arguing with someone in his study.
Hold it!
What was he arguing about?
I heard things like, "Where's the orb?" and "Are you Defiant Dragons really criminals?" It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out any second.
So the two of them had an argument when Daz came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else?
Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence. From my window, I saw the one designated Daz getting ejected from the premises.
Hold it!
How is Mr. Turnabout acting?
Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail beneath his legs.
Trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military.
I bet those two would really hit it off if they met under different circumstances.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time.
Hold it!
That does seem suspicious.
He kept hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house.
You know who was hiding behind trees? Oh, well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb.
I bet he was angry that he'd been kicked out. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it.
Hold it!
But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have got in here.
And that's true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there are only good people in Kurine village. Then what did the siege defenses? Bark, bark, bark. What kind of siege defense is it if you don't even lock the door? You could lock the door yourself.
Yet he ended up dead anyway.
Only a monster could do what they did to my kind, trusting papa. There'll be no mercy. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire!
While I sympathize with your witness, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court.
So Sarge saw Dad's too. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. I wonder why you hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if Dad's is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb with the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove the Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder.
Okay, so... someone. The man. Now this is contra the evidence we've seen. Do I have separate evidence? Hold on. Time of death, May 15, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging after being struck in the back of the head with the corner of an unidentified object. with the corner. If you don't know what it was, how do you know it's the corner? Maybe it's like a juicer and it has a corner in the middle. Hold on. Doctor was wearing stuff last night. Glowing moss stuck to the insole of his boot. So he was out and about. How long was he out for? I don't have Paul's indicator of where he was standing to show that. But this is also interesting. He went out. He did go out. When did he go out? Time of death between 10 and 11. Didn't have eyes on the ground. If you didn't have eyes on the ground, then you don't know who was outside. Compliment with someone. Someone who. Wait, but you saw from your window? You didn't see it from your window. There's no... like, the second floor area... I don't like this. Because they're like, oh yeah, second floor, he's got a room up there. That you don't see it here.
Objection!
No, it doesn't like that. That statement contradicts this piece of evidence. And just how does it contradict with the evidence, Mr. Justice? Can I have about 5 minutes to figure out the answer to that?
The defense will figure it out before he presents his evidence next time.
It sounds like a plan. So you saw him getting ejected. He lingered around the perimeter. He must have regrouped. You just know it, but you have no evidence. Here's the thing, okay, time of death between 10 and 11. When did he go out? Poor eyesight. Glowing moss. He went to hide the orb. Wait. He went to hide the orb. He was out. When did he leave? When did this happen? I could hear him arguing with someone and stuff. Yeah, what is the raincoat? Mark. Heard him arguing. When did he go out? When did he go out? I don't think he did, but I have nothing to show this. He must have regrouped. Alright, we've already gotten bitten by this one. Let's,
What were the statements again? Well, I'm gonna check it, but Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. Why do I feel like the copter has cameras? It does. It has a camera and a microphone. Let's see here. Oh. Didn't have eyes. Yeah, so how do you know this?
Objection!
Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on this Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. Sadly, this is not true. What? Will the defense care to explain? That's simple, Your Honor. Just as he's able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what's happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course. Oh, now that you mention it. But, I mean, what on earth is this the plain meaning of a statement like, I didn't have eyes on the ground, I'd mounted my siege defense. Other than that, your drone is somewhere else and is not actually observing this. Like, that's what you would understand him to be saying by saying that. But okay. Now that you mention it. And to think the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something. I'm hit. What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles, because evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. Truth bomb? No! Mayday, mayday, I'm going down! The puns, your weakness. Oh my, are you alright? Evidence. Never have I seen such fearsome ordnance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. Yeah, you did it. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Why? I used the missiles on accident, you gotta believe me. No. Is this Sarge? You need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. That'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lonely private like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia, of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena. Think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety.
Snack? Another one? Oh no! I have to grab another snack? Heck. Really, I still have them right here. Bark. Alright. Thank you, Midnight Pop. And pop this out. More cheese and more macaroni. I don't have macaroni. Just cheese and crackers. So terrible. Back. I'll have to nom some of this. Like. Who are you, Wallace? It's the wrong trousers, Gromit. Oh. Okay. Back. Well, could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Noise level 100%. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means a patient wants to say something, but can't for some reason. In Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. Wallace and Grumman saved a cheese company from going out of business, IRL. I mean, often that kind of thing happens. In that case, I leave it to you and your Moon Matrix magic. You got it. But it ain't magic, this is analytical science. Never mind how we reconstruct the scenes and all that sort of shenanigans. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here.
Time for a therapy session, is it, Ms. Sykes?
Yes, it'll help the witness with his anxiety. Maybe even enough to testify.
Then by all means, please bring the poor child out of the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright?
Why not? It's not like we all haven't been through this before. What are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you. Sexism?
Objection!
I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom.
As Wallace mentioned them by name in one of their shows. Company was on the brink of back. Yeah. Yeah, that can help out. Oh, heck. I'm reminded of South Park at Casa Bonita. That's a whole separate matter, though. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. Wait until you see what I got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you build around your heart.
First evidence, now analytical psychology? Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on.
You hear they pay the Casa Bonita staff extremely well?
You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it, Courtwoman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Oh, guy, welcome out. Beepity beep 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 beep. I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dad and Papa arguing with each other. See, this is what I'm saying. You didn't have eyes on the ground, bark. Dance got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day.
I don't know why you're surprised with the whole park.
Anyway.
So I'm looking for unexpected emotions and unnatural reactions, right? Right. Emotions and reactions that don't fit the content of his testimony. When you find one, make sure you point it out to him. Also, remember not to view his emotional reactions in isolation. Sometimes it's important to see how they change from one statement to the next. Okay, we'll give it a try. Alright, I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. Why are you sad? Why are you sad already?
I heard Dad and Papa arguing with each other.
Sad also. and surprised.
Dad got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside.
Sad also, and surprised.
I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day.
Sad also, and surprised. Okay, we're looking at intensities also. So surprise is small. Surprise is larger. Sadness is larger? Smaller surprise, larger sadness. What the heck? Hold on. Okay, so sadness is constant. Who knows? You think they'd be more surprised seeing their dad dead? Well, so the thing is, I think the fact that you saw the guy Shifty moving around. I don't know why that's more surprising. I mean, if you knew someone shifty was around, it's less surprising to see that they did something shifty.
Did
if you
we
know what I
ever
mean.
get an age?
I don't think we did. Not yet, no. But yeah, like, he's extremely surprised that this guy is walking around. So I'm gonna press that. They're not gonna like it, but I'm gonna press it anyway.
Got it!
That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Arabal. You would be surprised if you had a creeper. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't know. But he wasn't a creeper. He was just in there talking with a guy. And so, like, you know, the guy sent out of the house. Then, you know, he's still walking around the neighborhood. It's like, I don't know. It's shenanigans in any case. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Arabal. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful.
Enemy fire! Direct hit!
Well, that is strange. I wonder what it can mean. Well, maybe he recognizes Mr. Arabal. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked as... You weren't as shocked as seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Arabal because... you're scared of Mr. Arabal. I mean, that's my guess, is that he recognizes... I don't know if he would necessarily be recognizable here. But I think he's... I mean, that's... Something else might have shocked him. Like if he saw a politician lurking under the bushes or something. Yeah, I like, my first guess was that he was scared of Mr. Arabal because of recognizing him or whatever. But I'm gonna go on reflection with saying something else that shocked him. This is also possible, but I don't think so. Not yet. I haven't seen enough to make me think that. Except, again, the hypothesis that he killed him in the first place. Did something else shock you when you saw Mr. Arabal? Something even more shocking than your father's death? Like what exactly, Apollo? I don't know. Maybe a mouse or a cockroach? Okay, fine.
Ew, gross. Foolish cannon fodder. Vermin are powerless in the face of my deadly arsenal. Dingus? Oh no. I'll pump him full of that.
Sounds kind of messy, don't you think?
Then I'll develop new weaponry. Maybe a flamethrower would do the trick.
Sure, as long as you keep it for vermin use only. Guess it wasn't something like Master Cockroaches after all, huh?
I know, but it was worth a try. Especially to see your reaction.
Do you think Florida Man did try killing a flower with lead?
What else could it be? Sarge, you weren't as shocked to see your father's body as things are about because
You'd already seen his body? Like, if they're gonna go with the angle that you should be really scared, or that we couldn't think of anything else more frightening than seeing the body, then Mr. Arabal is no more scary than the cockroach. Bark, bark. They made a version of a real toy that fires salt to try and pew-pew flies. Oh, good heck.
Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night, and that's when you saw it, your father's body.
I saw no such thing.
Really? You didn't see his body? All right then. What did you see?
Look, Apollo, we lost some noise.
So, just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw.
Oh,
The moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one.
Bound to having you have friends with the electric tennis rackets for wasps. Oh, good heck.
I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one.
Huh? Am I missing something here?
We already had to talk about him losing his mother.
Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you'd already sensed that he was a goner somehow?
Such a sad drone.
Maybe. AI is so advanced nowadays.
Well, this isn't the most advanced AI, like we were saying earlier. Athena has described that all the images that come up in her mood matrix are AI generated. So
Maybe.
Please, Sarge. What is it you saw on the night of your father's murder?
Oh, I saw.
What's happening? I don't like where this is going.
No more, please. Hey, ow.
Ah! His toy widget?
I confiscated your little toy. The battlefield is no place for your unauthorized equipment.
Widget! Apollo, I can't continue this session without him.
Listen, you. Faces, I swear. Listen, you. Your whole deal is that you have super hearing. The widget in the interface is just sugar on top of that. Bark, bark, bark.
Calm yourself as a witness. I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? It took his gavel?
Look at me. I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal.
Whoa, this has gone way too far.
Bailiff, arrest that drone this instant. Or, do you know if the child who's in the lobby? Or the son who was in the lobby? Stop resisting.
If you don't come quietly, I'll...
Fire! Give Richard back right. Ooh. Well, it's a war zone. You can hear feelings. Think you have synesthesia. How it's felt. Hey, Cam. Finally got him back. Oh,
Everyone
copters are
died.
bad. Everyone died. It's just like the last time a courtroom got blown up around Apollo Justice. Phew. Finally got him back. Nice work.
This witness is truly a handful.
Oh, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? What's it? He's emotionally all over the map. So he's out of control emotions or in control of him, huh? Usually a handful too when you blow up. Oh, dude. Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes. So let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Oh, is that you, Corwin Sykes? I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out, in, out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. All forces attack. That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Does everyone who worked for Ace have an A name? Are they the A team? No. Also, Ace is not a person's name. It's their sexuality. That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. And Dance was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting, and I got worried about Papa. More fighting. After he was kicked out. Info update. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room. What? And Papa grinning with delight. But Edgeworth and Phoenix are clearly entering each other's chambers regularly. Listen, just because they're asexual doesn't mean they're aromantic. Okay? Besides, maybe that's a cause of tension between them. Right. And Papa grinning with delight. And that's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out.
Mixed couples still exist.
Yeah. Definitely happens. You also have open relationships. So, Miles is out there. Different, many different experiences. Anyway. That's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. He was killed by a questionable item. If only if someone had run a scroll of identify. But yeah, based on Yaoi characters, oh boy.
Miles out here laying down the law.
So he has 2 out of control emotions, huh? All we have to do is find out what's causing him to run wild like this? Yes. Whatever caused should appear somewhere in the mood matrix.
Let me know if you think you found it. Easier said than done. Don't suppose you have any ideas on where to start? Well, I would think about Sarge's personality and his past. Oh yeah, the fire. Those are the things that shape a person's emotions. When I learned what to do with crime shows, yell enhance until the image cleared up.
Zoom in and rotate.
You should be able to find something to work with from there. Alright, so who's the fire then? You got dizzy and pressed out. Remember a flame lighting up the room. Root cause of this turmoil? Flames.
Got it!
Riddy is afraid of fire because her village was destroyed in a fire.
That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you?
Enhance this grainy Polaroid to 4K please.
You can see the killer's license plate in the reflection of the victim's eyes. Oh, wow.
We zoomed in far enough we could get their genetic code. DNA match. You were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you?
Was I?
Yes. Just 6 months ago. You and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze. It was only 6 months ago. So it's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire. Wait, why was it 6 months ago? Didn't they move here after that? He's been living here for a year.
Yes, it does make sense.
Maybe, just maybe. Your subconscious fear of fire is what caused you to withdraw from the world.
What do you mean, Corwin Sice?
In the outside world, you're bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even a grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them. Maybe they were separated or studies brought his work here. I mean, I might be misremembering the details, but I thought I remembered them saying that they moved here after whatever, after the accident. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see him grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. Just focus on pun names.
I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine.
Wow, the things I take for granted. One's coming up? No!
Now I see. I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself.
About that fire, Sarge. Can you tell me what was burning? Just stay calm. Maybe something will come to you.
Oh, oh. I'm starting to remember. It was that relic. The relic Papa was studying. It was on fire.
The orb was on fire?
And it's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there, in the flames, was Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames.
Wait, what? Info update. Oh, that's not a comforting sight. Oh no. Just his late wife emerging from the flames of hell. Face of torment.
She just vibin'.
Ghosts in my courtroom.
Noise level 30%.
What's going on here?
Maybe it's a memory from a fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing with what really happened when his father died.
So let me guess. More therapy?
He has a supervillain face as his wife's on fire. Yeah, this is like a...
I am the wizard, and by remote control orb, I will burn the victim in flames.
So let me guess. More therapy?
Yep, but this time, seems there's an inconsistency in the statements. And I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand.
I hope this inconsistency is a key to proving if the relic really is the Founder's Orb.
I will defeat death.
You're gonna highlight the word key at me? The opaque crystal orb is the key. Back to the riddle.
There's a riddle?
Something about fire. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Sarge's mother is the Holy Mother? Shenanigans. Survived down thousands of years since the founding of Horizon. To marry an archaeologist in America. But yeah, I guess the thing does say to be fire, so. Okay, what about it?
I think we should prove. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Founder's Orb.
Yes. Okay, so it goes with the song. In America. Favorite Bandit Keith quote? I don't know that one. It's not in my frame of reference.
To proving the relic really is the Founder's Orb.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Even worse. The algorithm has not said such things in my direction.
Dad was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting. I got worried about Papa. So I
My
left
brain shouldn't be holding that info.
Clearly it's stuck in multiple people's heads.
So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember Flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. The relic was on fire and I saw Mama's face inside.
Okay, so I'm not pressing out this. I'm going to. You're holding lots of info up your booty. Alright, this matches that. Yes, can I say this? It's not going to let me say it, but I want to say it because prayers, fire, mother return.
Objection!
Doesn't
Got
work.
M.
There's an inconsistency. No! It's our testimony.
Is that so? Would you be so kind as to point it out to the court?
You wanted me to show that it was the Founder's Orb, but I just did for the music, the song.
If you're gonna put me on the spot like that, I mean, my confidence is waning.
I can say the same about my confidence in you, Mr. Justice.
Wish you wouldn't, Your Honor.
Say, Paulo, Sarge is saying his father was burning the orb when he was killed. But doesn't that seem funny to you? Considering what the doctor was up to that night, it doesn't add up.
Whoa, now that you mention it. Alright, I better look through the evidence one more time.
Okay, so is it the email?
Email?
The opaque crystal orb is the key. Why do you have a raincoat? Because he went out, apparently in the middle of the night, we don't know what time, to possibly get rid of the orb, or to stow it in that underground cave. The raincoat was distinctively colored in a way that was noticed by Pearl, who drew a picture of it. It was still wet or whatever to show that he had been out shenanigans. Do. I don't know.
Bark.
What? 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 Oh! Yeah, okay. So the doctor hid it in the ruins for his untimely death. Ah! Oh, that helps. That's when Papa must have been killed. See, if only I'd gone on to the next page. Imagine reading everything before objecting. That's when Papa must have been killed. If only if I hadn't passed out. Okay. So there's your problem. The doctor hid it first.
Objection!
Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. Glad you could be here to help. Yeah, I have the walkthrough too. Don't worry about that. I do have access to that. And when you hear me talking puzzled things like, what do you mean the orb and looking at it, then it's like, oh. Because yeah. Anyway. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? That night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Ah. So you see, he didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins with him. Just focus more brain power on digesting snacks. So the thing is, it doesn't take brain power to digest snacks, but it does require me to stop talking for like an uncomfortable amount of time, and I try and sneak it in at occasional moments, which I then ruin by bringing attention to it. But, you know, I just bark. So, even if I hadn't passed out? That's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself.
Kronk Hour redeem.
Crunch Hour. So, like I said, it made more sense, or it makes more sense, if I'm actually on camera, because then you can watch me. Not that I'm going to actually stop and sit and eat, but it would be more sensible to do that when, you know, watching Musky eat is a show for people who like that kind of thing. But considering I'm only behind a ping tuber with 8 measly frames of animation and no super zoom on just the maw. Oh, I see. Attract the maw and vor crowd. See, we were attracting the belly crowd. Private Justice.
AMSR crunch though.
No! I don't know. I have the opposite of that, especially for food, the misophonia for food crunch noises. I actually try and check, you know, make sure it doesn't usually trigger the microphone, but sometimes it does. Deep in pause territory. Listen, all your loves are valid, even if they don't aim at me. Can you really say I bear no blame in this? Oh, why do you ask? Because the truth is, you did it. You did it.
If I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive.
Oh? Sarge?
Papa wished nothing more than for me to live a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world.
See? He had already lost his courage from fear of this before they moved. Half a year ago. To a year ago.
And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true.
Sarge? Why did you need to make that a mystery? We know what her voice sounds like. If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? Maybe the dad thought a less busy place would be better for healing, or more time spent with their child. Yeah, and I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying the timeline is messed up. Because earlier it was established that he moved here a year ago. That's when the theft started. Specifically. But if the mother only died 6 months ago, and he already had his trauma, those don't juggle correctly.
My first step.
That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. No, people can be dragged kicking and screaming. And also, it's often entirely the case that even the person cannot take the first step themselves. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you're waging always lie beyond your grasp.
I think I understand now. I made up my mind.
Huh? Your bed is super comfy, slowly melting into covers. Yes, merge into mattress.
As of this moment, I'll suspend my siege defense indefinitely.
Oh no. You coming out?
Want the world to know?
Haha. You're gay? Correct. Huh?
Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty.
What? I thought you were a guy. I'm actually pretty sure that this was hinted at from the very beginning. That's why I was bark. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Yeah, no, I didn't envision a gruff drill sergeant. How so? Because at the beginning they were very, very careful to start by saying child. They didn't start with any gendered terms before the character was introduced. And then we assumed pronouns when we started hearing through the thing, but that's, I say we, I mean the game did that. Russian, that explains the Siberian comments. Oh. Is this updated yet? Not yet.
It still says he. See, the game is saying he, but really, like I said, they started child.
Right.
Well, my mama was in the Russian army.
I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out, too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. There's your age.
No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I can blow you away at a moment's notice. She's just too cute.
The
have you
bop.
always... The bop. Have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge?
Negative. Only since I was injured. In the fire.
Your voice sounds awfully different from before, does it?
I don't know. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels. It's not canon.
Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls.
If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony.
She has an army.
She does.
I just remembered something, and it's crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call.
What did you remember?
It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago.
There are no pictures of the Holy Mother.
He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Urianism. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb.
Huh?
You in what army?
Army buff.
What did you just say?
Info update.
Yes.
The what?
The Holy Mother of Urianism was in the burning orb, just like the song says.
What does that even mean? It means just what the song says. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Bark, bark. But what does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Yes, you're about to lose your case, Phoenix. Could it be?
Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Please let me show it this time.
Take that!
Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this?
Look at this. Burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Yeah, right here where the thing is.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. And this song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it.
Phoenix is the opposition.
Yes. So this is a civil case. It is not a criminal case. So Phoenix is defending the plaintiff, Paul Addison, aka Politician, who is accusing our client of stealing the crystal of Amy Faye. Our assertion is that the object in question is actually the founder's orb. And that's the crux of the case that brought us here. Of course, then it turned into murder and shenanigans. It's politician with the person.
If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this?
Prayers as fervent as fire. Ah! You're supposed to set the orb on fire?
The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire.
Wait, so the doctor, he?
Yes, Athena. He'd solve the ancient riddle of the Founder's Orb.
Oh my.
Papa was a great archaeologist. So I believe in him. And I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died.
Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves.
Yes, do it, Private Justice. Please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet. Ooh, Phoenix, come up.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I need is Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the crystal of Amy Faye, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his doctor. His daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us.
But there is no confirmed ownership. That's the whole point of the case.
Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence.
All right, here we go. Ooh. See, another one of the space lighters. Ooh. Ooh. Look. Apollo, the inside of the orb. It's melting. There's something in there. The face! Ah! Dirk, isn't she?
For God leaves no room for doubt. It's the Founder herself. Nobody would ever wear those clothes as the face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Korainism is a depiction of the Founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. That's probably why they named it after the Founder, but still.
Founder's Orb updated in the court record. Heating the Founder's Orb revealed the statue within. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear.
You mean it's orb clear?
Pick up the orb, and it's clear, of course clear. Okay, it's time to swing another pole, isn't it? Swinging a pole at you. I got 2 minutes to decide whether to continue with this game for the rest of stream, or to pop into our failed attempt at Geometry Dash, or to start another game future in our future roadmap schedule. Bark, bark. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figures the Holy Mother, founder of Korainism.
Oh boy. 2 minutes of pole swinging?
2 minutes. Well, like a minute and a half now. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Objection. Be that as it may, Mr. Turnabout still may have killed the Doctor. That's not what's up under contention in this case. Bark, bark, bark. If so, it'll render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Turnabout. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Turnabout was still around at the time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. That means your transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground.
Oh, no!
I won. Actually won. Not yet.
Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond?
Respond? I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Addison Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? The facts don't lie, but I do. Vote for me. Why, you contemptuous peasant?
I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict.
No objections here, Your Honor. No,
Hold it. You can't do this. The crystal is mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. Well, you better find the crystal, because this ain't it. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you?
Ah. Oh no. Is he being mailed? What's going on here?
Objection!
Sorry, what's going on? You're wrong. I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. I mean, if you were Phoenix.
Well, no, actually, that is a bad idea. I was about to say,
Any,
She's not supposed to have a face.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm going with this. Is like, I was going to say, yeah, like we said earlier, religious motifs repeat. Anyone could have made this, but no actual devotee of Huraianism would, because she's not supposed to have her face depicted. Since they did, that's proof that it's original in a way that the motif, the Mitama motif, wasn't.
about that. Oh, of course. He can't possibly pin on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend. And that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Alright, that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Oh no. Descending upon us in all her glory, the Founder bestows the greatest power known. Like, well, where's that? What is the greatest power known? But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. Receiving spiritual powers and stuff. It's all just mystic mumbo jumbo. You can't do that!
You work at an agency headed by a celebrity lawyer who got famous through Mystic Mumbo Jumbo. You've met back. It's all just Mystic Mumbo Jumbo, right?
Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it?
Literally wearing Mystic Mumbo Jumbo.
Literally wearing Mystic Mumbo Jumbo. Well, I don't know, they kind of like explained that his bracelet thing just like, oh yeah, he subconsciously reacts to people and it changes the heat change the tightness of the bracelet, but that's shenanigans. That's a separate set of shenanigans. No, but consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb.
It's a mood bracelet.
It is. What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. Will we prepare this time, or are we just going to sit around and chat? I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. This is Phoenix getting one of those penalties here. We just don't see it. 'Cause May 17, District Court, Defendant, Lobby, number 3. Mr. Wright's sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb. That last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. I finished reading Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir just the other night. It was a fun book. Apparently, it's soon to be a major motion picture. I haven't kept up with that. Anyway. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although, he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Paulo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. No. Again, you're doing this. We know her voice. Why are you questioning market? Question marketing it. Bark. Hey, Private Justice. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. So, okay. You've already gone into very strange things. You saw your father doing the supervillain face into the flames. The bark of the bark. Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case? Of course there's more to this case. Of course there's more to this case. We already talked about this. This case is only the orb. There's the whole murder. Of course there's more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. Oh, you don't do that.
What?
I was so scared. I beat a hasty retreat, as fast as my wheels could take me.
Do you know who it was?
No, I was pitch black. And plus, I filled up my room so fast, I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights.
Maybe it was your father?
No, he would have said something to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't push people's wheelchairs without consent. And besides, I didn't even know if it was him.
So then it could have been your father's real killer?
Yeah, that's exactly.
But you didn't report this to the police?
Yeah, it didn't even occur to me.
It's okay. You're obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Paul, all this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarna's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing.
I guess I should take your statement down as evidence.
Army's statement added to the court record. She'd fled to her room when she realized someone had moved her while she'd been unconscious on the second floor.
Welcome back, Athena. Also, bark.
It's rather less of a mystery why she never leaves the house. If she's up here on the first floor, and the exits involve going down, or the second floor, the exits involve going down a flight of stairs, which is one thing, or the other door is literally down a spiral staircase.
Bark. Welcome back, Athena. Oh. Huh? Oh, what's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena?
Oh, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go.
What was that all about?
May 17. District Court, courtroom number 6.
All right.
I just wanted to check. It's finally updated. Army buff. Age 12. The doctor's child. Self-styled sergeant. Her mother was ex-Russian military. Alright. Court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised. We, the plaintiffs, still believe the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test. I see. He found a nice way to frame that succinctly. Sticking with that ridiculous argument, it's not a bad argument. I mean, it's detrimental to our case, but it's a good argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff. Objection! That has not been established. What are you talking about? It was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice.
Wow.
Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that Turnabout did in fact kill Dr. Buff.
What?
Very well, you may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle.
What testimony could there be this late in the game?
This late in the game, we only just... It's still our first day in court.
Fellow citizens, it is I, Paul Addison, the once and future representative of the people.
Jeez, not him again.
My client divulged new information to me during the recess.
Sarge just had new testimony.
That's true. He remembered something he saw, you see, something crucial to this case.
Very convenient.
Oh boy. Witness testimony. Snack moment.
Like,
and hydrate over there.
Seamless.
perfectly.
That's his crime. It was around 11 at night. I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Utterball snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. So I have to prove that Dance is actually
A whim person himself.
You saw the murder as it happened? And you're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all the political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase. Your Honor, this suitcase does not have corners. It is rounded. Look at these corners. There are not corners here. This is bark, black bark, 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 bark. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
You better say that. But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence, too. A luminol test revealed. The doctor's blood on Mr. Araball's suitcase. Really? But how does that prove Mr. Araball used it as a weapon?
Objection!
Anyone can swing a suitcase. You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints and nobody else's, yeah. I forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. Turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Cross-examination. That's his crime. It was around 11 at night. I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village.
Hold it!
You're on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone is at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. Tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin. That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder we don't all the noise it makes. So, what exactly did you see then?
Shenanigans. Shenanigans. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window.
Hold it!
Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. So hold on. This did happen between 10 and 11. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Hurain. We've already seen at least one or two. There have many murders there, I take it. If I am elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Hurain village. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Addison Limberson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime. Mr. Arabal snuck up from behind, struck him on the head.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Arabal was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. Did he have his glasses on? I see. What did you see Mr. Arabal do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how the doctor was reading a book. Because he wasn't found with his glasses on his head. The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder? That's vital testimony. Well, the witness will please add that statement to his testimony. The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book.
Hold it!
You watched a murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? That doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb. He sure is quick to deny his obligations when there's nothing in it for him. Getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Addison Wimperson. You said Mr. Arabal struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened. His weapon of choice, a suitcase.
Hold it!
Are you sure? Positive. I saw it with my own two eyes. Yet, despite your certainty, you kept quiet about it until now? No, I was awaiting. I knew there would be a perfect chance to talk about it later. Information must always be disclosed in a strategic manner. That's one of the lessons of kingcraft, as taught by the Addison clan. Is there a lesson by a chance in the Addison Kingcraft guidebook on being honest? Anyway, I saw Mr. Arabal commit that heinous crime. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's hand.
Hold it!
I would have to agree. That suitcase is really heavy. All right, we determined that. Wait a second. How did you know it was so heavy? For all you know, it could have been empty.
Objection!
My client witnessed the crime in progress, so naturally he saw Mr. Arabal straining to lift what was obviously a heavy suitcase. I can't say I'm a fan of you trying to discredit my client by tripping him up, Mr. Justice. But I'm just doing what you always do, Mr. Wright. Dr. Buffer struck from behind when he was absorbing the book. He must have been really into it. That doesn't add up. What the? That Paul Addison is lying. I'm sure of it. Yes, he is. Okay. Not true. These are his reading glasses.
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. Now, that's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable. Okay, that'll be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way you could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. Actually. So, what the other side is to argue is instead of being super engrossed in his book, he was squinting really hard at it to try and read it without his glasses, which maybe he had misplaced at some point. Anyway. So you see, there's no way you could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Edison Whipperson, but I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. Hey. You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Ball hit him over the head. But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely would have seen him and tried to run. The Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. And he wasn't reading a book. It sounds more like what you would do. And then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? About that. He bowed his head when he nodded off, and that's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. You have a problem with the proposal the doctor was struck while nodding off? Yes. Because he was reading. And there was coffee. The book was coffeed. Let's say, yeah. Well, okay, so my problem is that, well, then he's not reading. Then we've already determined that's not the point. Good question. Struck on the back of the head, the corner when I left it. Can I work out? So I feel like I want to say there's a problem because we've already had a time where there wasn't a problem in this case to metagame it a bit. But I don't know what I would present as the problem, aside from, like I said, the book being covered in coffee, but coffee isn't magic. What about what he's doing? tells me that he would be wakeful. Incidentally, I'm sure this is just an art's choice, but why are all these open books blank? Huh? Why is he here reading out these blank books? Something about this. To explain the nodding of hearts. Like, he was theoretically dead. You know, this happened after 11, according to him, but I don't. EL? Oh, is there an elevator? Wait a minute. The night is an army fainted in the hallway above the coffee bar after witnessing the doctor guarding the treasure. She came to, someone was pushing a wheelchair. Frightened, she quickly fled. Problem with the proposal, the doctor was stuck running off. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think I do. Nope, no problem here, Your Honor. The doctor's probably dosing, just the witness said. But no, Paulo, wait. If you accept that, then you might as well admit that Dad's killed the doctor. Your Honor, I actually do have a problem with that statement. Very well. Let's avoid careless answers like that, or I will have a problem with you. So, it's just kind of funny. The fail of transition. Oh yeah, very well, you can try again, but you know, that's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The Defiant Dragons have failed to sufficiently show their right to the item in question. Therefore, ownership is hereby awarded to the plaintiff, Mr. Paul Addison. It's not a matter of guilt. That creep Paul Addison stole the Founder's Orb right out of our hands. The dream of revolution in the kingdom of Orion died that day, and we returned to our daily lives. As for my relationship with Mr. Wright, the word awkward comes to mind. Let's just say it was never really the same. Oh no. Try from the sea. Okay, I'm gonna retry, but we're actually take that that failure as our bad end for the day, because it's getting to be that time. Dr. Buffer's nodding off. That's your lie. Alright, that's in here. Save. And